Hello, peaceful travellers, and welcome. I'm glad you found your way here tonight. Before we begin, take a moment. Notice where you are. Notice the weight of your body, the rhythm of your breathing. Tonight we're going to travel backward through time, not as observers rushing past, but as travellers who pause, who listen, who let the past speak in its own voice. We're going to explore Rome, not just the empire you've heard about, but the dream that lived inside it, the idea that refused to die even when the cities crumbled. This is a long journey, and there's no need to stay awake for all of it. Let yourself drift when you need to. The story will continue, patient and steady, whether you're listening or dreaming. Let's begin where memory begins, in the space between truth and story. There are places where history dissolves into song, where what happened and what was wished to have happened become impossible to separate. The founding of Rome lives in that space, where the line between earth and myth grows thin. Listen to the older version first, the one they whispered before Rome became powerful enough to demand a grander tale. In this version, there was simply a settlement. Farmers and herders gathering on hilltops above a river bend. The Tiber flowed then as it flows now, patient and brown, carrying the sediment of distant mountains down to the sea. The people who gathered there were Latins, one tribe among many, speaking a language that would one day rule courts and churches, but which then was only the practical speech of shepherds counting their flocks. They built their homes from wood and thatch. They honoured spirits of the crossroads and the hearth. They were not special. They were not chosen. They were simply there in a place where 7 hills rose from the plain and the river could be forded, where trade routes crossed and soil was rich enough for barley and beans. But Rome needed more than this. Every great city needs a story that explains why it deserves to be great. And so the myth grew, like moss over stone, covering the ordinary with the extraordinary. In this myth, there were twins. 2 boys, Romulus and Remus, born to a priestess who had been touched by a god. Mars himself, they said later. The god of war and spring, of violence and renewal. Their mother, Rhea Silvia, had been forced into service at the temple, made to swear a vow of chastity by an uncle who feared her children might challenge his throne. But gods do not respect the oaths of mortal kings. When the twins were born, the king ordered them destroyed, not by blade or fire, but by water. They were placed in a woven basket and set adrift on the Tiber during the spring floods. The river was meant to be their grave, but the river had other intentions. The basket caught in the roots of a fig tree on the bank, near the cave where the she-wolf lived. Now, wolves do not nurse human children. This is known. But this wolf did. Or perhaps she was not only a wolf. Perhaps she was also something else, a spirit, a remnant of older gods, a keeper of thresholds. The Romans themselves could never quite decide, but the image remained. 2 infants curled against warm fur, drawing milk and warmth from a creature that should have devoured them. A shepherd named Faustulus found them there and carried them home. He and his wife raised the boys among their own children, teaching them the work of tending animals and mending fences, the small dignities of a simple life. But the twins grew restless. They were drawn to conflict, to testing boundaries, to the edge of things. When they discovered their true lineage, they helped overthrow the king who had cast them out and restore their grandfather to his rightful place. But they did not stay in Alba Longa, the old city of their ancestors. Something called them back to the river, to the place where they had been saved. They decided to build a new city there. This is where the myth turns dark, because the twins could not agree. Romulus chose the Palatine Hill. Remus preferred the Aventine. They argued over omens, over leadership, over whose vision would shape the future. And in the end, Remus was killed. Some versions say Romulus struck the blow himself. Others say it was one of his followers. But the result was the same. A city born from fratricide. A boundary marked by blood. Rome's first law was that walls were sacred, and the penalty for crossing them was death, even if you were a brother. The date they remembered was April 21st, 753 BCE. Whether this was accurate is less important than the fact that they needed to remember it. They needed to know when their world began. Romulus ruled, and the city grew. But it grew strangely, through abduction and assimilation. When not enough women came to the settlement, Romulus invited the neighbouring Sabines to a festival and seized their daughters during the celebration. The Sabine men returned with weapons ready to destroy Rome, but the stolen women, now wives, some already mothers, stood between the two armies and demanded peace. The battle ended without bloodshed, and the two peoples merged. This was Rome's pattern from the beginning. Take what you need, make your enemy your kin, grow not through purity, but through mixture. When Romulus disappeared in a thunderstorm, they said he had become a god. Perhaps he had. Perhaps he had simply walked away from the burden of what he had created. Either way, the city remained, and others would come to sit upon its throne. After Romulus, the city needed structure. It needed law and ritual, calendar and custom. The age of the kings was not an age of conquest, but of foundation. 7 men, tradition says, ruled Rome in the centuries before the Republic. Their reigns built the skeleton upon which everything else would hang. Numa Pompilius came second, a Sabine chosen for his wisdom rather than his strength. Where Romulus had been a warrior, Numa was a priest. He spoke, they said, with a nymph named Egeria, who whispered divine secrets to him in a sacred grove. Whether she existed or whether she was simply the voice of his own careful thought, the result was the same. Numa gave Rome its religious calendar, its priesthoods, its temples, and its concept of just war, the idea that violence must be sanctified before it can be righteous. He taught the Romans to close the doors of the Temple of Janus during peacetime, a signal that the god of beginnings and transitions had sealed the passage between order and chaos. The doors remained closed throughout his reign. They would rarely be closed again. Tullus Hostilius, the third king, rejected Numa's peace. He saw Rome's future not in prayer but in expansion. He destroyed the neighbouring city of Alba Longa, the very city from which Romulus had come, and moved its population to Rome, swelling the city's numbers and absorbing its noble families into the Roman Senate. It was an act of both violence and integration, a pattern Rome would repeat across continents. Ancus Marcius, fourth of the kings, built Rome's first bridge across the Tiber, and extended the city's reach toward the sea. Under his rule, Rome became not just a hilltop settlement, but a city that could look outward, that could imagine itself connected to the wider world. Then came the Etruscan kings, 3 men whose origins lay north of Rome, in the wealthy cities of Etruria, where art and engineering had long surpassed the achievements of the Latin tribes. These kings brought new knowledge: the arch, the sewer system, the practice of divination through the examination of animal entrails. Tarquinius Priscus, the first of them, expanded the Senate, laid out the forum, and began construction of the great temple to Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill. His successor, Servius Tullius, reorganized Roman society, dividing citizens into classes based on wealth rather than family lineage, creating a system that would endure for centuries. He built the first great wall around the city, enclosing all 7 hills, but Servius was murdered by his own son-in-law, who seized power and became the last king. Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, ruled with cruelty and arrogance. He ignored the Senate, killed those who opposed him, and forced the people to labor on his grand projects, without pay or rest. His downfall came not from his public tyranny, but from a private crime. His son assaulted Lucretia, a noblewoman renowned for her virtue. She called together her male relatives, told them what had been done, and then took her own life, declaring that though she was innocent, she would not live as an example that might excuse other women who suffered similar violations but survived. Her death became a catalyst. Lucius Junius Brutus, who had pretended to be a fool to survive Tarquin's reign, revealed his true nature. He displayed Lucretia's body in the forum and called for the expulsion of the king. The people rose. The army turned. The royal family fled, and Brutus stood before the assembled citizens and spoke the words that would shape Roman identity for half a millennium. Never again would Rome bow to a king. The monarchy had built Rome's foundation, but the Romans would remember not the temples or the walls, but the final king's cruelty. They would remember that power concentrated in one man's hands inevitably became poison. This memory would haunt them through every crisis that followed. The crown was shattered, and in its place Rome built something fragile and unprecedented. What they created was strange. An experiment in shared power, a system designed to prevent anyone from becoming what Tarquin had been. They called it the res publica, the public thing, the republic. 2 consuls would hold the highest office, elected each year, each able to veto the other. Magistrates would rotate through positions, and no one could hold the same office twice without a decade's gap. The Senate, once merely advisors to kings, became the guiding force of policy, filled with men who had held office, who knew the machinery of state. It was inefficient by design. It was meant to be, because efficiency in the hands of a tyrant is simply tyranny that runs smoothly. But the Republic's first struggle was not external. It was between its own people. The patricians, the old noble families who traced their lineage to Romulus's Senate, held all the power. They alone could hold office, interpret the law, or become priests of the state religion. Everyone else, the plebeians, were shut out. They could fight in Rome's armies. They could pay taxes and labor for the state, but they could not shape it. This inequality festered until it ruptured. In 494 BCE, the plebeians did something extraordinary. They left. They walked out of Rome, climbed the Aventine Hill, and refused to return. They didn't attack. They didn't burn. They simply withdrew their labor and their swords. Rome without plebeians was a body without hands. The patricians negotiated. The plebeians won the right to elect their own representatives, tribunes of the plebs, who could veto any law that harmed the common people. It was a crack in the wall of power, and through it, slowly, more rights would flow. The plebeians demanded written laws, and in 450 BCE, the 12 tables were created, Rome's first written legal code. The laws were harsh, but they were visible. A father still had absolute power over his household. Debtors could still be enslaved. But now everyone knew the rules, and knowing them meant they could be challenged. The struggle between patricians and plebeians would continue for 2 more centuries, a slow, grinding negotiation punctuated by crisis and compromise. Gradually, plebeians won access to the consulship, to the priesthoods, to the Senate itself. Rome was learning to absorb internal conflict, to bend rather than break, to expand the definition of us when the alternative was civil war. Meanwhile, beyond Rome's walls, the city was learning a harder lesson: survival. Italy in the 5th and 4th centuries BCE was a mosaic of tribes and city-states, each with its own dialect, gods and grievances. The Latins, the Etruscans, the Sabines, the Volsci, the Equi, all pressed against Rome's borders, testing its strength. Rome fought constantly, not for glory, but for territory and security. In 390 BCE came the catastrophe that Romans would never forget. A war band of Gauls, Celtic warriors from the north, swept down into Italy like a storm. They met the Roman army at the River Tiber, and the Romans broke and fled. The Gauls entered the city, found it nearly abandoned, and took what they wanted. For months they occupied Rome, only leaving after being paid an enormous ransom in gold. The humiliation burned. Romans rebuilt their walls higher and thicker. They restructured their army, creating the Manipular Legion, more flexible than the old phalanx. And they made a vow that would shape their future. Never again would Rome be defenseless. Never again would they bow to foreign invaders. From that low point, Rome began its expansion across Italy. Not quickly, not easily, but with a grinding persistence. They fought the Samnites, mountain warriors from central Italy, in 3 brutal wars that stretched across 50 years. They pushed against the Etruscans until the great cities of the north were absorbed or subdued. They moved south into the Greek colonies of Magna Graecia, clashing with Pyrrhus of Epirus and his war elephants. Italy in the 5th and 4th centuries BCE was a mosaic of tribes and city-states, each with its own dialect, gods and grievances. The Latins, the Etruscans, the Sabines, the Volsci, the Equi, all pressed against Rome's borders, testing its strength. Rome fought constantly, not for glory, but for territory and security. In 390 BCE came the catastrophe that Romans would never forget. A war band of Gauls, Celtic warriors from the north, swept down into Italy like a storm. They met the Roman army at the River Tiber, and the Romans broke and fled. The Gauls entered the city, found it nearly abandoned, and took what they wanted. For months they occupied Rome, only leaving after being paid an enormous ransom in gold. The humiliation burned. Romans rebuilt their walls higher and thicker. They restructured their army, creating the manipular legion, more flexible than the old phalanx. And they made a vow that would shape their future. Never again would Rome be defenseless. Never again would they bow to foreign invaders. From that low point, Rome began its expansion across Italy. Not quickly, not easily, but with a grinding persistence. They fought the Samnites, mountain warriors from central Italy, in 3 brutal wars that stretched across 50 years. They pushed against the Etruscans until the great cities of the north were absorbed or subdued. They moved south into the Greek colonies of Magna Graecia, clashing with Pyrrhus of Epirus and his war elephants. Carthage sat on the North African coast like a jewel in the sun, its harbours filled with the merchant vessels from every corner of the known world. It was older than Rome, richer than Rome, and commanded the western Mediterranean with a fleet that had no rival. Where Rome had built its strength on land and legions, Carthage had built its empire on trade winds and naval mastery. For a time, the 2 powers coexisted. Their treaties divided the Mediterranean into spheres of influence. But treaties are only as strong as the interests they protect. And when those interests collided over Sicily, war became inevitable. The First Punic War began almost accidentally in 264 BCE, when Rome intervened in a local dispute in Sicily. Carthage responded, and suddenly the 2 powers were locked in a conflict neither had truly wanted. Rome, a land power, had to learn to fight at sea. They captured a Carthaginian warship, studied its design and built their own fleet. But they added something new, the corvus, a boarding bridge that turned naval battles into land battles fought on wooden decks. The war dragged on for 23 years, the longest continuous war in ancient history. Fleets were built and destroyed, whole armies drowned in storms. Sicily became a charnel house. In the end, Rome prevailed not through brilliance, but through stubborn refusal to accept defeat. Carthage, exhausted, sued for peace. Rome took Sicily as its first overseas province. The peace held for 20 years, long enough for both sides to convince themselves that the conflict was finished. It wasn't. It had merely paused. Carthage rebuilt its strength in Spain, conquering tribes and exploiting rich silver mines. Rome watched nervously as Carthaginian power grew again. And in Carthage, a young general named Hannibal Barca prepared for a war of revenge. In 218 BCE, Hannibal did what Romans thought impossible. He led an army from Spain through Gaul, across the Alps, and into Italy itself. Imagine that crossing. Not the sanitized version told in later histories, but the reality of it. Hannibal's army numbered perhaps 50,000 men when they left Spain. Soldiers from Carthage, Libya, Spain, Gaul, Numidia. They spoke different languages, worshipped different gods, but they followed one man with absolute loyalty, because he had sworn, as a child, to never make peace with Rome. They crossed the Pyrenees in summer, fighting through mountain tribes. They forded the Rhone River, while Roman scouts watched from the opposite bank. And then, as autumn approached, they began the climb into the Alps. The mountain passes in September are already touched by winter. Snow falls early at those heights, and the trails narrow to paths where men had to walk single file, where a misstep meant a fall of hundreds of feet onto rocks below. The elephants, Hannibal had brought 37 war elephants from North Africa, struggled most of all. These creatures, bred for battle on flat ground, now had to navigate ice and scree. Some refused to move, some fell. The survivors arrived in Italy traumatized, many of them dying within months from the cold and exhaustion. The men suffered too. They wrapped cloth around their feet, but frostbites still claimed toes and fingers. They ate what little they carried and then began slaughtering pack animals. Tribes living in the mountains attacked stragglers, rolling rocks down on the columns from above. At night, men huddled together for warmth, listening to the wind howl through the passes and wondering if they would survive to see the Italian plains. When they finally descended into the Po Valley, Hannibal had lost nearly half his army, but he had done the impossible. He was in Italy and Rome had not been ready. At the Tiber River, he crushed a Roman army. At Lake Trasimene, he ambushed another, trapping them against the water and killing 15,000 in a few hours. The Romans began to panic. Their traditional methods, 2 consular armies marching to meet the enemy in open battle, were failing. And then came Cannae. In August of 216 BCE, near the Adriatic coast in southern Italy, Hannibal faced the largest army Rome had ever assembled. 86,000 Romans and allies, under the command of 2 consuls, marched against Hannibal's 50,000. The Romans were confident. They had the numbers. They had the reputation of invincibility built over centuries of Italian wars. Hannibal positioned his army carefully. His center was weak, Spanish and Gallic infantry who would bend but not break. His flanks were strong, African veterans in captured Roman armor. His cavalry was superior, faster and more experienced than the Roman horsemen. The battle began with a cavalry clash on the wings. The Carthaginian cavalry drove the Romans from the field, then wheeled around and attacked from behind. Meanwhile, the Roman infantry pushed forward, their dense formation pressing against Hannibal's center. The Carthaginian line bent backward, forming a crescent, drawing the Romans deeper and deeper into a pocket. And then the trap closed. The African infantry on the flanks wheeled inward, striking the Roman sides. The cavalry returned and attacked from the rear. The Romans, packed too tightly to maneuver, were surrounded completely. They couldn't use their weapons. They couldn't run. They could only die. For hours, the killing continued. Men suffocated under the weight of bodies. Others were trampled. Most were simply cut down where they stood, unable to defend themselves. By sunset, 70,000 Romans were dead or dying. The field at Cannae became a sea of blood and armor, bodies stacked so high that Hannibal's soldiers had to climb over them to continue the slaughter. It was the worst military defeat in Roman history, worse than the Allia, worse than anything they had imagined possible. The city of Rome went into mourning. Women wailed in the streets. The Senate forbade excessive grief. They could not afford to show weakness. But privately, many believed the Republic was finished. Hannibal stood at the edge of destroying Rome. His advisors urged him to march on the city immediately, to strike while Rome was paralyzed with fear. But Hannibal hesitated. Perhaps he knew his army, though victorious, was exhausted. Perhaps he hoped Rome would negotiate. Perhaps he was simply being cautious. Whatever the reason, he did not march on Rome, and Rome did not surrender. Instead, they adapted. They appointed Quintus Fabius Maximus dictator and gave him authority to conduct the war as he saw fit. Fabius refused to give Hannibal another battle. He shadowed the Carthaginian army, harassed their supply lines, cut off foraging parties, and waited. The Romans called him the delayer, and many mocked him as a coward. But Fabius understood that Hannibal could win battles but could not win the war. Not without reinforcements, not without a way to break Rome's alliances. For 15 years, Hannibal remained in Italy. He marched from south to north and back again, always dangerous, always undefeated in the field, but slowly, inevitably, his position eroded. Some Roman allies defected to him, but most remained loyal. No other Carthaginian army broke through to reinforce him. His brother Hasdrubal tried to cross the Alps with fresh troops, but was intercepted and killed before the armies could unite. Meanwhile, Rome rebuilt its strength and sent armies elsewhere. They fought in Spain, gradually pushing back Carthaginian forces. And from those Spanish campaigns emerged a young commander who would change everything. Publius Cornelius Scipio was 25 when he took command in Spain. He was brilliant, unconventional, and understood that Hannibal could only be defeated by someone who thought like Hannibal. He studied Carthaginian tactics, adopted what worked, and added his own innovations. He captured New Carthage, the Carthaginian capital in Spain, in a daring assault. He won the loyalty of Spanish tribes. He drove the Carthaginians from the entire Iberian Peninsula. And then he proposed something audacious. Take the war to Africa, invade Carthage itself, and force them to recall Hannibal. In 204 BCE, Scipio landed in North Africa with an army. He defeated Carthaginian forces in the field and threatened the city itself. Carthage panicked and recalled Hannibal, still undefeated in Italy after 15 years, to defend the homeland. In 202 BCE at Zama, the two generals met for the first and only time. Hannibal, now 51 years old, faced the younger Scipio. This time it was Rome that had superior cavalry. This time it was Hannibal's elephants that were turned against him, stampeded back through his own lines. This time it was the Carthaginian infantry that broke and ran. Hannibal had finally been defeated. Carthage sued for peace on terms that crippled them. They gave up their fleet, paid enormous tribute, and agreed never to wage war without Roman permission. Scipio earned the title Africanus. Rome had survived its greatest test and emerged as the dominant power in the Western Mediterranean. But the war had changed Rome. It had shown them that survival required not just strength, but adaptability. It had taught them to think beyond Italy, to project power across seas. The republic that had begun as a city-state was becoming something larger, whether it intended to or not. The 2nd century BCE saw Rome transform from a regional power into a Mediterranean superpower. It happened almost without intention, or so the Romans told themselves. They did not seek empire. They merely responded to threats, protected allies, restored order. But each response, each protection, each restoration left Rome with more territory, more responsibility, more power. In the east, the Hellenistic kingdoms that had emerged from Alexander's fractured empire still glittered with wealth and culture. Macedonia, where Alexander himself had been born, remained proud and dangerous. When it allied with Hannibal during the Second Punic War, Rome had not forgotten. When Macedonia interfered with Greek city-states that sought Roman protection, the legions marched east. The Macedonian Wars revealed something new about Roman military power. The phalanx, that ancient formation of spears and shields that had conquered the known world under Alexander, could not stand against the manipular legion. Roman soldiers fought in smaller, more flexible units that could adapt to terrain and circumstance. Where the phalanx was a wall, the legion was a sword that could thrust from any angle. At Cynocephalae in 197 BCE, and again at Pydna in 168 BCE, Roman legions shattered Macedonian armies. The kingdom that had once ruled from Greece to India was reduced to a province, and Rome, perhaps surprising even itself, did something unexpected. It declared the Greek cities free. It took no tribute, imposed no governors. It simply wanted the Greeks to know that Rome had saved them. The freedom did not last. Within a generation, when Greek cities rebelled against Roman influence, Rome responded with the brutal sack of Corinth in 146 BCE. The city was burned, its population sold into slavery, its treasures shipped to Rome. The message was clear. Freedom meant following Rome's lead. That same year, Carthage also fell. For decades it had lived in peace, rebuilt its economy, and posed no military threat. But in the Senate, Cato the Elder ended every speech with the same phrase: Carthage must be destroyed. The obsession became policy. When Carthage defended itself against a local enemy, Rome declared it a violation of their treaty. The Third Punic War was less a war than an execution. After a brutal 3-year siege, Scipio Aemilianus stormed the city, killed or enslaved its people, and burned it to the ground. 2 ancient cities, Corinth and Carthage, destroyed in the same year. 2 cultures that had flourished for centuries erased in a calculated statement of power. Rome was no longer defending itself. It was demonstrating that resistance was futile. Spain, Syria, Asia Minor, North Africa, Greece, all became provinces. Each brought wealth, gold, grain, slaves, art. Roman generals returned from campaigns unimaginably rich. The spoils of war poured into Italy, reshaping its economy and society. The problem was that not everyone benefited. The small farmers who had made up Rome's citizen army returned from years of service to find their farms ruined or sold. Wealthy senators bought up the land, creating vast estates worked by slaves captured in war. The countryside emptied as dispossessed farmers drifted to Rome, swelling the urban poor. The Republic had conquered the world, but was beginning to devour itself. But before we follow that story further into darkness, let us pause. Let us step back from the Senate and the battlefield and ask what it actually felt like to live in Rome during these years of expansion. What did a day look like? What filled the hours between birth and death for the people who made up this republic? Morning in Rome began before dawn. The city never truly slept. There was always noise, always movement. But with first light came a different kind of energy. The narrow streets filled with people heading to work, to market, to the baths. The insulae, those multi-story apartment buildings where most Romans lived, emptied their inhabitants into the streets. These buildings were crowded, poorly built, prone to fire and collapse. Families lived in single rooms with no running water, no heat beyond small braziers that filled the air with smoke. They shared walls so thin you could hear your neighbours' conversations, their arguments, their love-making, their grief. The wealthy lived differently. Their domus, their private houses, were worlds unto themselves, built around central courtyards with gardens and fountains, decorated with mosaics depicting myths and gods. These homes offered quiet and privacy that most Romans could never imagine. But even the wealthy began their days early, receiving clients who came to pay respects, seek favors, ask for loans or legal help. This was the patron-client system, the web of obligation and loyalty that structured Roman society as much as any law. The streets themselves were an assault on the senses. Narrow, unpaved in most places, they smelled of human waste. Romans emptied chamber pots from upper windows, and the press of unwashed bodies. Vendors shouted their wares, bread, oil, wine, fish sauce, vegetables, meat. Slaves carried wealthy Romans in litters, shouting for pedestrians to clear the way. Carts were forbidden during daylight hours to prevent congestion, but that meant nights were filled with the thunder of wooden wheels on stone. The Forum was the heart of it all. Here men conducted business, lawyers argued cases, politicians gave speeches, and crowds gathered to hear news from distant provinces. Temples ringed the space, their columns painted in colours we've forgotten. Not the white marble we imagine, but reds and blues and golds that hurt the eyes with their brightness. Statues of gods and heroes watched over everything, their painted faces staring down at the mass of humanity below. Romans loved their baths. These were not simply places to wash, but social centres where people of all classes mingled, though men and women bathed separately, or at different hours. The bathhouses were architectural marvels, heated floors that warmed the pools, cold rooms for plunging after the heat, exercise yards, even libraries. People spent hours there, gossiping, conducting business, simply enjoying the luxury of hot water and clean bodies. Slaves scraped the dirt and oil from patrons' skin with curved instruments called strigiles. Wealthy Romans went to the baths daily. Poorer Romans saved what coins they could for the pleasure. Food for most Romans was simple. Bread formed the foundation. The grain dole provided free grain to citizens, and bakeries were everywhere. Olive oil, garum, fish sauce, vegetables, some cheese. Meat was a luxury for special occasions. The poor ate standing in the streets or in their cramped rooms. The wealthy hosted elaborate dinner parties, cena, where guests reclined on couches while slaves brought course after course, dormice in honey, peacock, oysters from distant seas, fruits from Africa, wines from Greece. These meals were performances as much as sustenance, opportunities to display wealth and culture. Religion was everywhere, but perhaps not in the way we might expect. Romans were not particularly spiritual in the modern sense. Their religion was transactional, contractual. You made offerings to the gods, and in return they helped you. Each household had its lararium, a shrine to household gods. Temples filled the city, each dedicated to different deities. Some were old Roman gods, Jupiter, Mars, Vesta, while others came from conquered peoples. Romans adopted foreign gods easily, adding them to the pantheon, hedging their bets. Festivals punctuated the year. Some were solemn religious observances. Others were excuses for revelry, for drinking and sex and temporary freedom from social restraints. The Saturnalia, celebrated in December, saw masters serving their slaves in a brief inversion of the social order. The Lupercalia in February involved young men running nearly naked through the streets, striking women with strips of goat hide to ensure fertility. And then there were the games. Romans loved spectacle. The Circus Maximus, a vast oval arena, hosted chariot races that drew crowds of hundreds of thousands. People bet fortunes on their favorite teams, the blues, the greens, the reds, the whites. Crashes were common and often fatal, but that was part of the appeal. Gladiatorial combat grew increasingly popular during the late Republic. These fights began as funeral rites but evolved into mass entertainment. Slaves and criminals fought to the death while crowds cheered. Some gladiators became celebrities, adored despite their low status. Beneath all of this was slavery. Millions of enslaved people formed the foundation of Roman economy and society. They worked the mines and the fields, built the roads and aqueducts, served in households and taught children. Some were treated relatively well, household slaves, educated slaves, while others endured unimaginable brutality. A slave could be beaten, tortured, or killed at their master's whim. They had no legal rights, no protection, no voice. Yet some earned or bought their freedom and became freedmen, joining Roman society, though always marked by their past. Life expectancy was short. Infant mortality was devastating. Perhaps a third of children died before their first birthday. Women died in childbirth. Disease swept through crowded neighborhoods. A person who survived childhood might live to 40 or 50 if they were lucky. Old age was rare and respected. This was the reality behind the grand histories of conquest and law. Real people waking in cold rooms, eating simple food, working until exhausted, finding moments of joy in conversation and wine and laughter, dying young and unmourned except by those who loved them. They were building an empire but could not have known it. They were simply living, trying to survive and find meaning in the space between birth and death. And the city they lived in, this Rome of noise and smell and beauty and squalor, this impossible experiment in shared power and constant conflict, was about to tear itself apart. The late Republic was a time of prosperity and crisis, of magnificent public works and brutal political violence, of brilliant speeches and blood on marble steps. Rome had become the center of the world, but the machinery designed to govern a city-state groaned under the weight of an empire. Two brothers tried to fix it. Tiberius Gracchus, elected tribune in 133 BCE, proposed redistributing public land to landless citizens. It was not radical, merely enforcing old laws the Senate had ignored, but it threatened senatorial wealth and power. When Tiberius sought re-election, his opponents clubbed him to death in the Forum, along with 300 of his supporters. Their bodies were thrown into the Tiber. 10 years later, his brother Gaius tried again with a broader reform program. Land redistribution, subsidized grain, citizenship for Italian allies. He was more effective than Tiberius, more organized, more popular. And so the Senate's response was more extreme. They passed a decree authorizing unlimited force, to preserve the state. Gaius fled across the river and ordered his slave to kill him. His head was cut off and filled with molten lead before being paraded through the streets. The Republic had crossed a threshold. Political conflict, once resolved through debate and law, was now resolved through murder. The army was changing too. Gaius Marius, a self-made general from a modest background, reformed the legions to accept landless volunteers, men who owned nothing and joined for pay and plunder. They became loyal not to Rome but to the general who rewarded them with a land after service. Then came Sulla, an aristocrat who marched his own army on Rome to settle a political dispute, the first time a Roman general had ever done so. He seized power, declared himself dictator, and posted lists of enemies to be killed on sight. Thousands died. Their property was confiscated. Opposition was crushed. When Sulla retired, he claimed to have saved the Republic, but he had shown how easily it could be overthrown. The pattern was set. Politics had become warfare by other means, and warfare had become the path to political supremacy. Into this chaos stepped three men who would briefly control Rome through an informal alliance. Pompey the Great, a general who had won victories in the east; Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in Rome, and a charismatic nobleman from an ancient family, a man with bottomless ambition, and a name that would echo through history: Gaius Julius Caesar. Caesar understood power in a way few Romans ever had. He understood that the Republic's institutions were facades, that real power came from soldiers who loved you, masses who needed you, and enemies who feared you. He was brilliant, ruthless, charming, and tireless, and he wanted everything. After his consulship in 59 BCE, he took command of Gaul, the wild lands beyond the Alps. For 9 years he campaigned there, conquering tribe after tribe, writing his own account of the wars as propaganda masterpieces. He crossed the Rhine to intimidate the Germans. He crossed the Channel to Britain, the edge of the known world. His soldiers adored him, his enemies multiplied. Back in Rome, the alliance collapsed. Crassus died in the east, trying to match Caesar's glory and finding only disaster. Pompey, once Caesar's ally, grew suspicious of his success and aligned with the Senate. When Caesar's term as governor ended, the Senate ordered him to return to Rome and disband his army, which would leave him vulnerable to prosecution by his enemies. Caesar had a choice: obey and risk destruction, or cross the Rubicon River with his army, an act of treason that would plunge Rome into civil war. He chose war. "The die is cast," he reportedly said, and led his legions across the river. Pompey fled. Caesar pursued him to Greece, defeated him at Pharsalus, and chased him to Egypt, where Pompey was murdered by courtiers hoping to win Caesar's favor. Caesar wept, whether from genuine grief or theatrical display, no one could say. He stayed in Egypt, entangled with Cleopatra, the brilliant young queen who became his lover and bore him a son. Then he returned to Rome as master of the Republic, though he never called himself king. He reformed the calendar, giving us the one we still use, with a month named for him. He planned colonies for veterans, reformed debt laws, expanded the Senate, and tried to address the problems that had been eating away at Roman society for generations. but the old families could not accept him. To them, he was a tyrant in all but name, and so they plotted. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, as Caesar entered the Senate house, a group of senators surrounded him with daggers. They stabbed him 23 times. He died at the base of Pompey's statue, his blood pooling on marble. The conspirators thought they had saved the Republic. They had merely killed it. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaos. His assassins had no plan beyond his death. But Caesar had named an heir in his will, his great-nephew Octavian, a sickly teenager no one took seriously. They should have. Octavian, who would become Augustus, was patient where Caesar had been bold, calculating where Caesar had been charismatic. He allied with Mark Antony, Caesar's loyal lieutenant, and together they hunted down the conspirators. At Philippi, the dream of restoring the old republic died on the swords of those who claimed to defend it. Then Octavian and Antony turned on each other in a slow, inevitable slide toward conflict. Antony ruled the east from Alexandria with Cleopatra at his side, a romantic partnership that was also political alliance. Octavian painted them as traitors who had abandoned Rome for Eastern decadence. At Actium in 31 BCE their fleets met. Antony and Cleopatra fled the battle and sailed to Egypt. A year later, surrounded by Octavian's forces, they both chose death over capture. With them died the last remnant of opposition to Octavian's power. In 27 BCE, Octavian stood before the Senate and offered to return all his powers to the state. It was theatre, and everyone knew it. The Senate begged him to continue, and he graciously accepted, taking the title Augustus, the revered one. He called himself merely the first citizen, princeps, and claimed only to have restored the Republic. In truth, the Republic was finished. Augustus ruled alone. But he ruled well. For 40 years, Augustus brought peace. The civil wars ended. The borders were secured. Trade flourished. Art and literature blossomed under his patronage. Virgil wrote the Aeneid, connecting Rome's founding to the gods themselves. Horace praised the new golden age. The city transformed from brick to marble. Augustus reformed everything. The army became professional, loyal to the state rather than individual generals. The provinces were reorganized. Roads connected the empire. Aqueducts brought water. The grain dole fed the urban poor. He died in 14 CE, declared a god by the Senate. He had lived long enough to see his system work, though his succession was troubled. He had no sons, only stepsons and adopted heirs, who kept dying before him. In the end, Tiberius, capable but withdrawn, inherited the throne. The age of emperors had begun. Rome would never again be a republic, but it would be an empire for centuries more. What followed was a parade of emperors, some wise, some mad, some simply trying to survive. The throne was no longer inherited by blood alone. It could be claimed by the army, by the Senate, or by whoever moved fastest after the previous emperor died. Tiberius ruled competently, but retreated to Capri, governing from a distance while paranoia consumed him. On that island, with its dramatic cliffs plunging into the Mediterranean, Tiberius built a palace and tried to rule an empire from exile. He had never wanted to be emperor, had been chosen by Augustus more from necessity than affection. And as the years passed, his suspicion deepened. He saw conspiracies everywhere, real and imagined. He relied on informers who told him what he wanted to hear. People whispered that he indulged in dark pleasures on Capri, though the truth was probably more mundane. An old man, tired and bitter, trying to find peace far from the city that had never truly accepted him. Caligula, his successor, began with promise. He was young, handsome, the son of the beloved General Germanicus. The people rejoiced at his accession. He pardoned prisoners, recalled exiles, gave bonuses to the army, staged magnificent games. For the first months, Rome believed a golden age had arrived. But something broke inside him. Perhaps it was illness. He fell gravely sick early in his reign and emerged changed. Perhaps it was the weight of absolute power at such a young age. Perhaps it was simply madness that had waited dormant in his blood. He began declaring himself a living god, dressing as Jupiter, demanding worship. He appointed his horse as consul, more to mock the Senate than from genuine belief. He executed on whim, finding amusement in others' terror. He drained the treasury on spectacles and building projects that made no sense. One story, possibly apocryphal, claimed he ordered his soldiers to collect seashells from the beach, calling them spoils of war against Neptune. After 4 years, his own Praetorian Guard had enough. They cornered him in a palace corridor and stabbed him to death, along with his wife and infant daughter. Rome breathed easier, but the damage was done. An emperor could be a god or a monster, and no one could stop him until he was already dead. Claudius, his uncle, was found hiding behind a curtain in the palace, terrified the assassins would kill him too. The Praetorian Guard proclaimed him emperor, and the Senate, presented with a fait accompli, accepted. Claudius was an unlikely ruler. He stammered, had a limp, and had spent his life dismissed by his family as weak and foolish. But beneath the physical awkwardness lived a sharp intellect and a deep love of history and law. He governed methodically, reforming the bureaucracy and improving provincial administration. His greatest achievement was the conquest of Britain in 43 CE. Roman armies under General Aulus Plautius crossed the Channel and established a beachhead, pushing inland until they controlled the southern portion of the island. Claudius himself came to Britain to accept the surrender of British kings, riding an elephant through the streets of what would become Londinium. It was propaganda. He stayed only 16 days, but it worked. Rome had a new province, and Claudius had military glory to bolster his legitimacy. His personal life was less successful. His marriages were disasters. His final wife, Agrippina the Younger, was his niece, ambitious and ruthless. She had a son from a previous marriage, Nero, whom she was determined to place on the throne. When Claudius adopted Nero, ensuring his succession, Agrippina allegedly decided to hasten the process. At a dinner in October 54 CE, Claudius ate a dish of mushrooms and fell violently ill. He died hours later. Whether Agrippina poisoned him or whether he simply died of natural causes at 63, no one could prove. But Nero became emperor that night. Nero was 17, handsome, and raised in a household where every lesson taught him that he was special, destined for greatness. For the first 5 years, guided by wise advisers, particularly the philosopher Seneca and the Praetorian prefect Burrus, he ruled reasonably well. But Nero never wanted to be an administrator. He wanted to be an artist. He performed on stage, sang in public theatres, raced chariots, wrote poetry. These were activities considered beneath an emperor's dignity, but Nero didn't care. He was applauded wherever he went, though whether from genuine appreciation or from fear, no one dared admit. His mother Agrippina tried to control him, and when he tired of her interference, he had her murdered. It took 3 attempts. First, he tried a collapsing boat, but she swam to shore. Then he sent assassins who found her waiting calmly. According to legend, she bared her stomach and said, "Strike here where I bore him." They did. In 64 CE, fire swept through Rome. It burned for 9 days, consuming entire neighborhoods. Whether Nero started it, the legend that he played the lyre while Rome burned is almost certainly false. He certainly used it. He seized land in the heart of the city and built his Domus Aurea, his golden house, a sprawling palace complex with an artificial lake, rotating dining rooms and a 100-foot statue of himself depicted as the sun god. The people needed someone to blame for the fire. Nero provided them with Christians, a small, unpopular sect. He arrested them, tortured them into confessing to crimes they hadn't committed, and executed them in his gardens as entertainment. Some were crucified. Others were sewn into animal skins and torn apart by dogs. Still others were burned alive as human torches to illuminate evening parties. His reign grew more erratic. He murdered his wife, Poppaea, allegedly kicking her to death while she was pregnant. He executed Seneca, forcing his former tutor to commit suicide. He killed anyone he suspected of disloyalty. Eventually, the provinces rebelled. In Gaul and Spain, governors declared for other claimants. The Praetorian Guard abandoned him. The Senate declared him an enemy of the state. Nero fled Rome with a few loyal slaves. In a villa outside the city, hearing the approaching soldiers, he forced himself to cut his own throat. His last words were allegedly, "Qualis artifex perio." What an artist dies in me. He was 30 years old. The Julio-Claudian dynasty, begun with Augustus, ended with a vain, murderous poet taking his own life in a suburban garden. The year that followed saw 4 emperors in quick succession as generals fought for the throne. Finally, Vespasian, a practical military man from a non-noble family, stabilized the empire. He built the Colosseum on the site of Nero's lake, turning that monument to one man's ego into a gift to the people. His son Titus ruled briefly and kindly. Then came Domitian, more autocratic, who was assassinated by court conspirators. The Senate then chose something new, an emperor without an heir, who would adopt the best man to succeed him. This created the era later called the 5 Good Emperors. There are moments in history when everything seems to align, when the machinery of state runs smoothly, when prosperity spreads, when people look around and think, perhaps this can last. For Rome, that moment came with the 5 good emperors, Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. Nerva was elderly when he took power. a compromise candidate chosen by the Senate after Domitian's assassination. He ruled only 2 years, but established the crucial principle. He adopted Trajan as his son and heir, choosing competence over blood. It was a radical break with tradition, and it worked. Trajan was a soldier's soldier, born in Spain, the first emperor born outside Italy. The army loved him because he had risen through the ranks. The Senate loved him because he showed them respect. The people loved him because he won victories and shared the spoils. Under his rule from 98 to 117 CE, the empire reached its greatest territorial extent. He marched east into Dacia, the kingdom north of the Danube in what is now Romania. The Dacian king Decebalus was clever and dangerous. His people fierce mountain warriors who had humiliated previous Roman generals. But Trajan was patient and thorough. He built a massive stone bridge across the Danube, a feat of engineering that stunned the ancient world. He fought 2 brutal campaigns, finally defeating Decebalus and seizing the Dacian gold mines. The wealth he brought back to Rome was staggering. He used it to fund public works, build new forums, and provide for veterans. Then he turned further east, conquering Armenia and pushing into Mesopotamia. For a brief moment, Roman legions reached the Persian Gulf. Roman ships sailed on eastern waters. It seemed as if there were no limits to where Rome's eagles might fly. But Trajan died in 117 CE while returning from the east, and his adopted heir Hadrian immediately made a crucial decision. He abandoned the eastern conquests. He understood that the empire had grown too large, that holding Mesopotamia would drain resources needed elsewhere. It was a pragmatic choice that many criticized, but which likely saved the empire from overextension. Hadrian was a different kind of emperor. Where Trajan had been a warrior, Hadrian was a wanderer and a thinker. He spent more than half his reign traveling the empire, visiting provinces, inspecting fortifications, meeting local leaders, patronizing artists and architects. He wore a beard in the Greek fashion. Most Roman emperors had been clean-shaven, and surrounded himself with Greek philosophers and poets. He loved Greece, rebuilt Athens, and tried to create a synthesis of Roman power and Greek culture. In Britain, he ordered construction of a wall from coast to coast, 73 miles of stone and fortification that marked the northern limit of Roman control. Hadrian's wall still stands, a monument to his belief that the empire should consolidate rather than expand. It was not just a military barrier, but a statement. Here is where Rome ends, and beyond this is something else, something we choose not to claim. Hadrian's personal life was marked by tragedy. He loved a young Greek man named Antinous who drowned in the Nile under mysterious circumstances during an imperial tour of Egypt. Hadrian's grief was overwhelming. He deified Antinous, founded a city in his honor, commissioned thousands of statues, and established a cult that spread across the empire. It was excessive, almost desperate, the sorrow of a man who had everything except the person he most loved. When Hadrian died in 138 CE, he was succeeded by Antoninus Pius, who ruled so peacefully for 23 years that his reign barely appears in the histories. This is the highest praise for an emperor, that nothing dramatic happened, that people lived their lives without fear of war or tyranny, that the machinery of empire functioned without crisis. Antoninus never left Italy. He governed from Rome, attended to administration, settled legal disputes, supported education, and maintained the army without using it. His reign was like a long, quiet afternoon when nothing disturbs the peace. It couldn't last forever, but while it did, people were grateful. Marcus Aurelius, who succeeded him in 161 CE, was a philosopher who never wanted to be a warrior, but spent most of his reign fighting. He was raised on Stoic philosophy, taught to see life as a brief span to be lived with virtue and duty, pleasure and pain as neither good nor evil but simply external events that the wise person accepts with equanimity. But philosophy couldn't stop the Germanic tribes from pushing across the Danube, or the Parthians from invading the east, or the plague that swept through the empire, killing millions. Marcus spent years on the northern frontier, living in military camps, sharing soldiers' hardships, personally leading campaigns against the Marcomanni and Quadi. In his tent at night, by candlelight, exhausted from battle and sick from the plague that had infected his army, he wrote what would become known as the Meditations, private reflections never meant for publication. They're remarkable for their humility and weariness. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. The universe's change. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. He was the philosopher emperor, the Stoic ideal made flesh, but he was also a man who watched the empire fray at the edges, who knew he was fighting to maintain something that was slowly slipping away. When he died in 180 CE, he made the decision that would end the Golden Age. He gave the throne to his son, Commodus. Perhaps he felt he had no choice. Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to pass over his own flesh and blood. But it was a mistake. The era of adopted, competent emperors ended. The era of hereditary succession, with all its dangers, returned. Commodus was not a philosopher. He was vain, cruel, and interested only in gladiatorial combat, not governance. His reign was a disaster, marked by paranoia, executions, and theatrical displays in the arena where he fought as a gladiator, always winning, naturally, since no one dared defeat the emperor. His assassination in 192 CE ended the Golden Age and opened the gates to chaos. The 3rd century was Rome's darkest hour. Between 235 and 284 CE, more than 50 men claimed the title of emperor. Most died violently. The army became kingmaker, proclaiming emperors in distant provinces and marching on Rome to enforce their choice. It felt like the world was ending. Not all at once, but gradually, like a structure whose supports were being removed one by one. The frontiers that had held for centuries began to collapse. Germanic tribes, Goths, Vandals, Alemanni poured across the Rhine and Danube, not in coordinated invasions but in desperate migrations. Tribes fleeing other tribes, everyone pushed westward by forces further east. Roman cities that had never seen enemies within their walls suddenly found themselves under siege. Garrisons abandoned their posts, roads fell into disrepair because there was no money to maintain them, and no safety to use them. In the east, the Sassanid Persians, newly powerful and aggressive, invaded Roman territory repeatedly. In 260 CE, they achieved the unthinkable. They captured a Roman emperor, Valerian, in battle. He died in captivity, and Persian propaganda claimed his body was stuffed with straw and displayed as a trophy. Whether true or not, the humiliation was total. A Roman emperor, successor of Augustus, had become a Persian slave. The coinage collapsed. Emperors debased the silver content to pay soldiers, but this only caused inflation. Coins that had once been trusted currency became worthless metal. Trade slowed to a trickle. Cities that had flourished on commerce contracted. Populations fell as plague swept through crowded neighborhoods, killing indiscriminately. The Antonine Plague, decades earlier, had been devastating, but the plague of Cyprian in the 200s and 50s and 60s was worse. In some cities, thousands died daily. Bodies piled in the streets because there weren't enough living to bury the dead. The empire fragmented. In Gaul, a breakaway Gallic empire emerged, ruled by a succession of military strongmen who claimed they could protect the provinces better than distant emperors in Italy. They lasted 15 years, minting their own coins, maintaining their own armies. In the east, Palmyra, a wealthy trading city in Syria, rose under Queen Zenobia, who carved out her own domain stretching from Anatolia to Egypt. She was brilliant and ruthless, claiming descent from Cleopatra, ruling in her son's name but wielding power herself. For a moment, there were 3 Roman empires, each with its own emperor, none able to destroy the others. The center had not held. The infrastructure that had held the empire together, roads, aqueducts, communication, decayed. Aqueducts broke and were not repaired. Roads cracked and grew over with weeds. The cursus publicus, the imperial post that had carried messages swiftly across continents, stopped functioning. Governors in distant provinces made decisions on their own because orders from the center never arrived or arrived months too late to matter. In the cities, life grew harder. The wealthy retreated behind higher walls, hiring private armies to protect their estates. The poor struggled to find food as grain shipments from Egypt and North Africa became erratic. Banditry increased. Wolves, both literal and human, prowled the countryside. People whispered that the gods had abandoned Rome. The old religion, which had bound the empire together, seemed hollow. Temples still stood, but fewer people came to make offerings. Why pray to Jupiter when he clearly wasn't listening? But even in this darkness, the empire did not fall. Individual men rose to hold the line, fighting desperate campaigns to push back enemies and restore some semblance of order. Emperor Aurelian, a soldier from the Danube frontier, reunited the empire through sheer force of will. He defeated the Gallic Empire, conquered Palmyra, and brought Queen Zenobia back to Rome in golden chains, and drove back the Germanic tribes. He earned the title Restorer of the World. But even Aurelian understood that something fundamental had changed. He built walls around Rome itself, the first time the city had needed fortifications since the Gallic sack, nearly 700 years earlier. The Aurelian walls still stand today, a testament to the fear that had finally reached even the capital. The crisis revealed that the old system no longer worked. An empire this size could not be ruled by one man from one city. The army could not be loyal to an abstract concept of Rome when individual generals offered concrete rewards. The currency could not hold value when every new emperor needed to mint more coins to pay soldiers. The borders could not be defended when there weren't enough soldiers and the soldiers who existed were busy fighting each other. Something new was needed. And when Diocletian took power in 284 CE, he understood this better than anyone. By the time Diocletian took the throne, the empire was exhausted. It had bled from too many wounds, buried too many emperors, and lost too much ground to trust in luck or tradition. When Diocletian rose from the ranks of the military and claimed power not by birthright, but by control of the army, few could have guessed that he would become one of the most transformative figures in Roman history. He did not come with grand speeches or sweeping charisma. He came with structure, and that was what Rome needed most. Not another hero, not another myth, but a man who could stop the bleeding and teach the empire how to breathe again. The world Diocletian inherited was no longer one city ruling many. It was a fragile sprawl of provinces, cultures, languages, and crumbling frontiers. He understood that no single man could rule it all, not even with divine favor or military force. So he created something new. He divided the empire not into chaos, but into symmetry. He appointed a co-emperor, Maximian, and gave him control of the western provinces while Diocletian ruled the east. Together they ruled as equals, each bearing the title of Augustus. Then they appointed 2 junior emperors beneath them, Caesars, who would assist in governance and be prepared to succeed them. This system, called the Tetrarchy, was designed not for glory, but for function. It gave the empire 4 centers of authority, 4 capitals, 4 pairs of hands to grasp the reins. But Diocletian did not stop with the Tetrarchy. He reformed the army, increased its size, and stationed it more strategically along the borders. He revised the tax code, introduced new currency, and built bureaucracies capable of managing the daily burden of empire. He demanded loyalty not just to the state, but to the person of the emperor, elevating his own image with titles and ceremonies that had once been foreign to Roman tradition. He wore jeweled robes, required subjects to bow before him, and called himself Dominus et Deus, Lord and God. The emperor was no longer a first citizen. He was a sacred figure, removed from the Senate and the people, a being of order above the chaos of the world. He also turned his attention to religion. The Roman world was full of gods, old gods, new gods, gods from Egypt, Persia, and the East. But one faith in particular unsettled him. Christianity had spread through cities and countryside, practiced in secret and in public, drawing converts from slaves, merchants, women, and even some members of the elite. Christians refused to sacrifice to the emperor, refused to acknowledge the old gods, and rejected the divine authority of the state. To Diocletian, this was not only heresy, it was rebellion. He launched what would become the last and most brutal persecution of Christians in Roman history. Churches were destroyed, scriptures were burned, believers were arrested, tortured, and executed. The empire burned its own citizens in the name of unity. But the faith did not die. It grew stronger, and Diocletian, in the end, could not stop it. In 305 CE, something extraordinary happened. Diocletian voluntarily stepped down from power. He retired to a palace on the Dalmatian coast, tending gardens and living in quiet seclusion, while the empire moved on without him. His co-emperor retired as well, following the design of the Tetrarchy, but the plan began to unravel almost immediately. Ambition returned, loyalty fractured. The 4-man system collapsed into civil war. Out of that war rose another figure who would shape the future as completely as Diocletian had shaped the present. Constantine was the son of a Caesar, a soldier like many before him, and a man forged in the fires of succession struggle. He fought rivals in the West, claimed victories on the battlefield, and slowly carved his way towards supremacy. In 312 CE, on the eve of battle near the Milvian Bridge outside Rome, Constantine claimed to have seen a vision in the sky, a cross of light with the words, "In this sign, conquer." He ordered his soldiers to place a Christian symbol on their shields. He won the battle and entered the city not as a pagan prince, but as a man with new conviction. The following year he issued the Edict of Milan, which granted legal tolerance to Christianity and ended the official persecution. It was not a full embrace, not yet, but it was the beginning of a transformation that would reach deep into every temple, every city, every household in the empire. Constantine did more than support a new faith. He reshaped the empire's very geography. He moved the capital east, away from Rome, away from the Senate, and away from the weight of old institutions. He chose the site of the ancient Greek city Byzantium, strategically perched on the Bosporus, and rebuilt it into a new imperial center. Imagine standing at the point where Europe and Asia meet, where the Bosporus narrows to less than a mile. On one side, the hills of Thrace roll toward Greece. On the other, the plains of Anatolia stretch toward Persia. And here, at this crossing point, Constantine built his city. It was not Rome, it would never be Rome, and Constantine knew it. But it could be something else. A Christian capital for a transforming empire. A fortress that could withstand siege. A trading hub where goods from east and west met and mingled. He built it with intention, laying out broad avenues, raising churches instead of pagan temples, surrounding it with triple walls that rose from the water like the ramparts of myth. The land walls, built and rebuilt over the centuries, were marvels of defensive engineering. An outer wall, a middle wall, and an inner wall, each higher than the last, with towers every 50 meters. Between them were cleared killing zones where attackers would be trapped and slaughtered. These walls would protect the city for over 1,000 years, turning back army after army that broke against them, like waves against cliffs. Inside, the city gleamed. Constantine stripped monuments from across the empire, statues from Athens, columns from Rome, treasures from Alexandria, and brought them here to adorn his new capital. He built the hippodrome for chariot races, seating 100,000 spectators. He constructed palaces and bathhouses, forums and marketplaces. And at the heart of it all, he began building churches. The greatest would come later, under Justinian. The Hagia Sophia, the Church of Holy Wisdom. But Constantine laid the foundations for a Christian city, a place where the cross replaced the eagle as the symbol of imperial power. He named it Constantinople, the city of Constantine. The old Greek name Byzantium faded into history, though centuries later scholars would resurrect it to describe the empire that outlived Rome itself. In 324 CE, Constantine became sole emperor of a reunited empire. He ruled until his death in 337 CE, receiving baptism on his deathbed. The first emperor to die a follower of the very God his predecessors had tried to erase. Under his rule, Christianity spread into law, into administration, and into the hearts of the people. The pagan temples did not vanish overnight. The old gods still had their followers, but the current had shifted. The empire was becoming something new. By the end of the 4th century, Christianity was no longer a tolerated minority. It was the state religion. The temples of Jupiter and Mars gave way to cathedrals. The images of emperors now shared space with saints. Pagan rituals were outlawed. The Senate, once the proud voice of Roman tradition, receded further into ceremony, and in 395 CE, after the death of Emperor Theodosius I, the empire was formally divided once more. This time not as a system of power sharing, but as two separate halves. The Western Roman Empire would be ruled from Milan and then Ravenna. The Eastern Roman Empire would remain centered in Constantinople. Diocletian had divided the empire to save it. Constantine had reassembled it and redirected its soul. Together they had rewritten the nature of Roman rule, moving it from a republic to a monarchy, from polytheism to Christianity, from Rome to Constantinople. What began as a city beside the Tiber had become a continent-spanning civilization that spoke in many tongues and prayed in many ways. But even as the East began to flourish, the West would soon begin to fade. So that is the story. From a she-wolf nursing twins by a river to emperors ruling from golden thrones. From a village of shepherds to an empire that touched 3 continents. From republic to empire to memory. Rome gave us so much that we barely notice it anymore. Our calendar with its months named for emperors and gods. Our alphabet. The foundations of our legal systems. The idea that laws should be written and visible. That citizens have rights. That power should be checked and balanced even when it isn't. The architectural forms we still use, the arch, the dome, the basilica, roads that run straight because Roman engineers built them that way 2,000 years ago. But more than things, Rome gave us a dream of order, the dream that civilization could stretch across continents, that different peoples could be bound by common law, that the chaos of the world could be organized into something greater than the sum of its parts. That dream failed, of course. All dreams eventually do. But the failure doesn't erase the grandeur of the attempt. As you drift towards sleep tonight, let yourself feel the weight of all those centuries, all those lives, all those voices, now silent. Rome is gone. Its empire is gone. Its language is dead except in textbooks and church services. But the echo remains in every government building with columns, every court that claims to serve justice, every emperor and czar and kaiser whose title descends from Caesar. The story continues, even after it ends. Rest now, let the centuries wash over you like water over stone. You've travelled far tonight, across time and language, and the endless accumulation of human striving. You've walked through the Forum when it was new, heard the speeches of Cicero, watched legions march toward distant frontiers, seen the great cities rise and fall. The story is finished. But it will be here tomorrow, and the day after, patient and permanent as the stones themselves. History doesn't go anywhere. It waits. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Wherever you are, whatever time it is for you, I hope you find peace tonight. Sleep well, my peaceful travellers.